Before we start, I need to give you one message from our security. It is not foreseen to leave the academy during the conference. We are still in a military environment here, so if you need to make a call or if you take a break with some fresh air, please do it from the back exit in the courtyard, just for information. Now I welcome you warmly on the final day of our CPP conference in Vienna. Quick disclaimer, I am not the moderator listed on the program, but my name is Anna Pur. I am Deputy Secretary General of the Austrian Committee of Blue Shield, board member of Blue Shield International, and my primary function in this premises, I'm supporting the field of cultural property protection here at the National Defense Academy, alongside my dear colleague Nicole Gruber. So what does it mean when I say it's the final day 3? It means you all nearly made it. But also it means that we have had 2 days of intensive engagement with topics around cultural heritage, and especially its protection during armed conflict in a time where unfortunately not only one country, but several countries and regions are affected of invasions, of conflict and wars such as Ukraine, Gaza, Nagorno-Karabakh, Sudan, or the Sahel, to name a few. And therefore, it goes hand in hand that these areas, and more specifically, the communities living in these areas, are affected of severe cultural heritage destruction, of exploitation by the misuse or instrumentalization. This actually brings me right away to our 5th conference session with the title International Measures Against Cultural Heritage Exploitation, and our first speaker, Mr. Tiziano Coiro, whom I met not that long ago, in September during an ESDC course at the CPP Center of the University in Krems, our conference cooperation partner in the lead of Anna Kaiser. So Tiziano, I will just introduce you and then we'll ask you to come up on stage. He is an officer of the Italian Carabinieri for the protection of cultural heritage, and in his working career he had several leading positions carrying out police and law enforcement activities. Nearly 10 years ago, he started his career in the field of cultural heritage protection, initially in the training activities for police forces, as well as in the recovery of the mobile and immovable cultural heritage during the earthquake in central Italy in August 2016. Today, he is an Interpol coordinator of the Works of Art unit in Lyon and focuses on the fight against illicit trafficking in cultural property through cooperation, communication and coordination between the member countries of the organization, other international organizations also, and regional and institutions. So with this short introduction, I'd like himself to take over. Tiziano, the floor is yours.
I would like to say at the beginning, thank you for inviting here Interpol to have this presentation, to share with you what we do every day and how we can support the countries. Thanks, Anna, for the wonderful introducing. And now we will go ahead with a presentation about Interpol capabilities. And, okay, as you can see, the presentation is spread in 4 points. The main points of the presentation, and with me, this morning I brought some practical example of the possibility of Interpol to support the countries and how we support the member countries of our organization. We will talk about a general overview about Interpol, the illicit trafficking in cultural property, the Interpol capabilities, and at the end, I hope will be enough time to give you a practical example of the 2 main tools of Interpol, the Stoner Works of Art database and App IDR Tab. I don't know if you know well Interpol, but I would like to spend some minutes only to tell you that Interpol is the largest international criminal police organization. It means that in Interpol we can find 196 countries. It means that we have 196 offices all around the world. Of course, you have to take into consideration that each yellow point in the map is an office of Interpol. And we call the office of Interpol in every country NCB, National Central Bureau. And often it is possible for you to find this National Central Bureau in the capital city of the country. It is important to take in mind that all the offices of Interpol share information. How? Using our secret system called I-24/7. It's very simple to understand why this name. I is for information, 24 the hour of the day, 7 the days of the week. I-24/7. And please have a look about the map. We have the headquarters of Interpol in Lyon. Here you have all the offices of Interpol, and you have two other main offices of Interpol, Argentina and Singapore. Why? I give you the answer. Because for us it is very important to share the information in a secure and fast way. It means in this way we can cover the work hour of the day in each part of the world. It means in every part of the world from 8 to 4 p.m. will be some officer that is receiving your request of support and will manage in the as fast as possible and as secure way as possible. Here you can see the three main programs at this moment of Interpol: cybercrime, counterterrorism, and organized and emerging crime. My field, I am Tiziano Coiro, the coordinator of Works of Art Unit. The Works of Art Unit is there. I think it's very easy to take into consideration what is cybercrime, so all the activities that Interpol can develop all around the world to against all kinds of cybercrimes and counterterrorism. As Works of Art Unit, we are police officers, but don't forget that we work in a strict cooperation with wider culture. So it means that we have very deep cooperation with international organizations, other organizations of police forces, for example, Europol, and international organizations involved in this topic, for example, ICOM, UNESCO, ICROM, OSCE, UNODC, WCO, World Customs Organization. How we can support the country? Interpol every year spread a questionnaire to all the 196 countries. Please have a look. In the top of the slide you see 195 because we added last country in December 2023. This is the analysis of the requests that we received by the questionnaire from the year 2022 related to the year 2021. And here you can see and here you can see the publication that we be able to have it thanks to the questionnaire. The questionnaire is a very simple questionnaire, only 15 questions. We never change this kind of questions. Do you know why? I give you the answer. Because for us it's very interesting and important to follow the trend of the information. If every year I change the questions, I cannot follow what is understanding all around the world. So do not change the question. Help me to have an analysis of the situation in every region of the world. Please have a look that Interpol spread the world in four regions: Europe, Americas, Africa, Asia, and South Pacific. The not changing the questions, it means that every year I can follow the trend of the crimes against illicit traffic, against cultural property in these countries. Here are some examples of data that we acquired thanks to the questionnaire. Please have a look. In all the parts of the world, the most wanted are archaeological items. And if I give you a simple question, for you, what could be the place where this kind of crimes happens? If we are discussing about archaeological items, could be easy to understand. The place that this kind of crimes happens are archaeological sites. So we are speaking about illegal excavation of archaeological items. When we are lucky and we have been able to recover a stolen item, more or less we define this statistic data. We spend between from 3 to 10 years, but please, when we are lucky. When we are lucky and we have been able, all the officers involved in this field, to recover a stolen cultural property. Thanks to the questionnaire, we have been able to understand that in several countries we defined the same problems, and we have aligned them in 4 main points. Lack of specialized policy units, and this is linked with you. For us, it is not possible to think that one officer today is working against drugs, the day after counter-terrorism, and the day after cultural property protection. Thanks to the wonderful words spent by Hannah, when I started in this field 10 years ago, believe me, I spent 1 year to understand where I was, the environment, the people involved. To be an investigator in this field, allow me to say this: you are not a normal investigator. You need to keep contact with World of Culture, Ministry, experts, museums. So it means you have to be a part of this environment. But to be a part, you have to know and understand this environment. Please tell me if I am wrong. Okay. Lack of dedicated national databases. Of course, Interpol is the owner of the largest and only one international database of stolen works of art. It is important that each country should have their own national database. Here we have the best example of Italy with Carabinieri TPC, Leonardo, so I don't have to spend more word about it. We have the Colonel Gullotta and Marsiglia that I already said about this. But a lot of countries, at the beginning, they don't know what is a cultural property. And they have no databases. And to support them for investigation activities, they need to have specific national law. I am Italian, I have been lucky. Italy changed the penal code in the month of March 2022. We opened a new chapter in the penal code of Italian penal code. And they introduced a specific article for this kind of crime. Because before, we worked with the article of penal code for stolen as any kind of items. And it is not possible. Because now we have stolen cultural property. Because when we speak about cultural property, we have a double effect, economical and historical value, not only economical. So it means that it has to be worked and aligned with other kind of agreement, other kind of law for this field. And the last point is lack of confidence with the matter. It is, I would like to say, it is directly linked with one. If you have not a specialized policy unit, you have not confidence with the matter. How we can support the countries? Taking part in workshops, conferences, where we are today, or supporting operation, international, national, regional operation, with the survey that we already spoke. The main tools that we will go in deep later, Stolen Works File Database and IDR tab, the posters. And today I have been very impressed by the colleague that showed me the poster that Austria created some years ago about our hub, but you will see it in the presentation later. And publication, one is this, and after I will show you another practical example of publication, and the purple notices. We will go in deep in each point of this slide. Analysis, that is the questionnaire, information, analysis, sharing information. Supporting national and international operations, and now we're going deep with the last one, Pandora. where Interpol is a co-leader in this action, but we support Pandora action led by Spain with support of Interpol and Europol, and Artemis action that is led by Italian Carabinieri with support of Interpol and Europol. And we organize capacity building and international conference for all the officers in the field of Interpol that are involved in this topic. These are some results about Operation Pandora. Pandora is a hold action, maybe started in 2015, led by Spain with support of Interpol and Europol. This is Pandora 8. Pandora 8 has been developed in the year 2023, but we published the official information, official results about this action in July 2024. Why? We had the action in 2023, and we make public the information in July 20, more than 1 year. I give you the answer. Because we are speaking about investigation activities. It means that we have to understand when each police forces involved in this investigation defined the investigation. And at the end, it is possible to say 85 people arrested, 25 countries involved in this operation, and more than 6,500 items recovered. They are not small numbers, please. And the very important thing that for this action, 25 countries, officers of WCO, the World Customs Organization, worked in the same moment, in the same field, following the same kind of actions. And these are the results. We worked, only to give you a fast new information last week, we developed another kind of action in Pandora, is a cyber patrolling. We developed a little arm of Pandora only for cyber investigation. And in the next weeks, you will have another press release with other information about other investigation and other results, only dedicated for investigation on internet. All the market on the online market, sorry. About the poster, Interpol has the biannual poster. It seems that I'm selling something, but no, believe me. I receive my salary if I do it or if not. This is the poster of Interpol, the biannual poster. Interpol published 2 posters for here. The first one is from January until June, the second one from July until December. In the poster, you have the masterpieces that have been stolen in the countries that are part of Interpol in the specific time of the year, in these 6 months. And this is the last one for June 2024. Now we will publish at the end of this year, the next one, December 2024. And this is the previous one for December 2023. We try to take masterpieces for several countries. Why we publish the poster? Public awareness, no more. More people know these kind of items are not sold because they have no market in this way. And we have the special poster. The special poster is a poster that Interpol dedicates for special events. Special events don't take into consideration this word in the wrong way. This is one dedicated at the Bulgari happened in Italy, 6 March 2024, where 50 sculptures of the Umberto Mastroianni have been stolen the last night of before the exhibition was closing. I would like to highlight is the last part, the last night. I don't know if you are part of the world of museums, but please take into consideration that during the exhibitions, the first day and the last day are the most dangerous for the items. These are the moments where a lot of people are working in the area of the exhibition to move items, to prepare the moving, and that's happened in Italy on March. There you have another poster that we dedicated another Bulgari happened in September 2023 in Germany. And this is one that about the ID Art app that Austria dedicated for our app. About the tools of Interpol, we will speak later about database, ID Art, the poster, and the special publication. This is our publication about creating a national cultural heritage unit. Here you have 3 examples of due diligence. Italy, USA, and Argentina. Of course, Italy with Carabinieri TPC, USA with Art Crime Unit of FBI, and the dedicated unit for this kind of crime for Argentina country. This is a public document. It is possible to have the download of this file on our Interpol website. It is developed in the 4 official languages of Interpol: English, French, Spanish, and Arabic. And in this document, you can find why and all the reason why you have to create a specialized unit in this field. After, if you see someone who you would like to see. Now we're going deep about the 2 main tools of Interpol, the Stolen Works of our database and ID Art app. The Stolen Works of our database is the only one international database where you have certified information, and after I will show you better what means certified information about stolen items. Here we have the number more than 52. I have to be honest now. I don't want to change this slide every week, but we have more than 55. I checked 2 days ago. 25 categories of stolen of cultural property that could be inserted in the database. Items from 134 countries. Please take in mind that in Interpol we have 196. So it means that we are missing 60 countries because they are part of Interpol, but they have not inserted items in the database. Why? They have not specialized unit, they have not officer with confidence with the matter. The cycle always is closing, no more. And here are some number. Honestly, I don't like to tell the numbers because the numbers change every day. So numbers are not important, but for me it's very important to say that UN recognized in 2017 with this UN resolution the importance to insert the item in the international databases and to use them for supporting investigation activities. We created this slide because sometimes during the conferences, the people say, Tiziano, tell me, is it possible to not find an item in your database? Yes, of course. Why? Because our is an international database. Before I told you, it is very important to have national databases directly linked with our for sharing information. But the owner of the information in the database of Interpol are the country. Hi. Sorry, I have to be fast. The owner of the information inside the country, inside the database are the country. So it means that if some country doesn't want to insert the items for internal reason, and we don't go in deep because the owner of the information are the countries, they will not insert. Simple example. They would like to develop investigation activities at national level. We don't want to involve other police officers. This is our job, we want so. We don't go inside this decision. The report is not received in the right way. I told you before that the Stolen Works of our database is the only one database with the certified, public database with certified information. It means that we are able to insert the item in the database only if we receive official report by officers. Often I receive from the public, please Tiziano, yesterday the thieves came to my house, they took some paintings. Is it possible to insert them in the database? I say no. Why? Because you have before to report to the local police and after they know how to work and be sure that the information will receive us. but please follow the standardized procedure. And another example, for example, if we are talking about the archaeological items have been illegally excavated from an archaeological site that is unknown by the local authorities. Sorry, I have to run. For the insertion of items, we need good quality of information and good quality of picture. I think that is very simple to understand what means good quality of pictures, high resolution. And what do you know what I say, good quality of information? What could be the possible answer? Which are the good quality of information? Following international standard, object ID standard. I don't know if you know this object ID document. Is a public document. You can go on Google to say object ID standard and you can have the download. It's a simple document where you have all the information that you need to identify in a unique way as cultural property, picture and information. And after I will show you. After I will show you. Of course, it's a public database. For you, it is possible to have the access to our database. Every day I answer to the emails, all the people that says, works of art, please, is it possible to have the access to your database? It is possible. You have to go to crimes, cultural heritage. This is the Interpol website, sorry. Cultural heritage crime, stolen works of art database, application form, cultural heritage unit, and you will send an email to me. I would like to have the access to your database. I will send you an answer, I hope in 24 hours, no more often. I will send to you this form. Please fill the form and send it back to me. When I receive, I will forward to our IT office, and after you will receive your username and password. It's a personal access. Don't forget this. Of course, Interpol has the stolen works of our database. This could be considered as spread in two parties. The first one for the public, only for consultation. The second part is for officers, NCB, that they can insert item in database. They are the owner of the information. They insert IPSG, headquarter of Interpol, validate the insertion. It's very simple, the workflow. And now we can speak about app, IDR app. The app is the database. We can say that the app is a twin of the database. But the app is very simple to use. Why we thought about the app if we had already the database? Because we thought that now the people are using the app for any kind of situation to manage anything about their daily life. Why don't you create an app? The app is a free download from Google Play and Apple Store. It is developed in all 4 official languages of Interpol. And here you have a very, very fast list of all the things that you can take with your app. You can create your own object ID. Simple example, you are a rich man, you have a painting at your house. I would like to create the object ID of my painting. You can create, you can download the PDF file, and after if you want, you can print it. This is the first page that you see when you open the app. Of course, this page changes every day because in this page you see the last items that have been inserted in database. Stolen items. Now I will go very fast. It is possible for you to develop a search through countries or for all the countries. It is your choice. And it is possible for you to have 2 ways of search, manual search and visual search. Thanks to the manual search, it is possible to create my inventory. You can save your searches. Why? It is important. I have no time. Okay, I give the answer. Because if you are in the environment of trade of cultural property, often you have to show your due diligence. And following Article 4 of UNIDROIT Convention is a way to show that when you bought this painting, this vase, this sculpture, you had due diligence having a look in the stolen works of art database. And at that moment, with the day, you had a negative match. It means that in that moment, this item is not missing as stolen. And this is my inventory. And now we're going deeper the use of the hub. Manual search and visual search. For the manual search, you have to follow the object ID standards. It means that you need to fill all the information that are required for object ID. You have to add pictures of the items and all the information as possible. Object type, technique, material, description, title, if you have the title, the name of the artist. And after, you can add, if the items we are talking about a painting as a signature, where is the signature? And after, you can develop a search for countries. And this is an example of manual search filled. And after, if you have a negative match, you can save your search. The second example is a visual search. It's very fast. It is not possible to save the search and so to have my inventory, but it is very easy to have the visual search because you have only to take a picture of the item. In this case, you can use your camera or you can use a picture that you already have saved in your cell phone. And after, you can take the picture and you can launch the search. And it could be possible to have negative match if you're lucky, but at the end I will show you what happens when you have a positive match. These are very simple advice how to take the pictures, to take into consideration distance between the camera and the items, all the normal information or advice for take any kind of simple picture. Why this advice? Because often could be, it is possible to have positive match or negative match. And we have some example of false negative correspondence. It was, but the system didn't recognize. A sample of false positive correspondence where we have two similar paintings but not the same. And here are the example. You can create the object ID and site card. The site card is the card of a place. It is possible to create a site card, for example, for taking under control archaeological items. If I have developed checks every week I can create the site card of the place. The most important thing about site card that could be useful, for example, during or after natural disaster, earthquakes, that you can identify the place using the coordinates, using the GPS coordinates. It means that you can recognize the place as unique all around the world. And now I would like to show you how it is possible to fill with all this information, this form, and you will have another example of a site card that we created last September in Kilkis in Greece. Positive match. When you have positive match, it is possible for you to report to Interpol, not mandatory. Interpol doesn't check the use of the hub. Take in mind this. We prefer that you use it, not considered under control of Interpol. Is it possible? If you would like to report to Interpol, you have to click to I agree, and I will contact you, asking you more information for starting investigation. Here are two examples of a finish. Two examples of the use of the hub with the positive situation. For Spain, 3 gold Roman coins and 2 tables of Renaissance recovered after 9 years and after 40 years. And here are some numbers about these investigation cases. And last one information, Interpol works with notices. Notices have not different colors because for the topic, works of art unity use purple notice, related modus operandi. Sorry if I was a little bit long. Thank you.
So thank you very much for these insights into the information collection, the processes and measures against illicit trade from the perspective of Interpol. Now I'd like to introduce our second speaker of the session, who came a long way from Dakar despite his injury, actually. So very well appreciated, Mr. Hamadi Guy. He is the curator of libraries and the head of the Department for the Preservation and Conservation of Collections at the Central Library of Sheikh Anta Diop University in Dakar, Senegal, which is one of the largest in Africa. He's a specialist in first emergency aid to cultural heritage in times of crisis and challenging circumstances. And in this field, he is also my colleague in Blue Shield International in the board. So especially in Blue Shield, he contributes to the creation of national committees in Africa. And now I'm very much looking forward to learn more on the West African cultural heritage in the effect of political, ideological issues. The floor is yours, Amadi.
In the slide. Okay, thank you, Anna. Thank you, the organizer, to give me the opportunity to share African experiences about CPP. And my contribution is West African cultural heritage in the effect of political ideological issues, heritage in borrowed time, lesson from the past. Culture syncretism. This is my paper. Yes, my paper. Yes. Yes, my papers. What?
I don't know how this... with this?
It's very small. I have this.
This one right here.
Yes.
Then you,
Yes. Okay.
let me just scroll down. Okay. Is that right? Okay. Which one do you need? This one?
You know here.
Yeah. You can move yourself up and down. Scroll up and down. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. A cultural syncretism. The purpose of cultural heritage, whatever it may be, it's so to safeguard the culture of the people and to perpetuate its story. its memory, and even its identity. It is the element that perpetuates knowledge, tradition, and customs, and perpetuates the anti-social system. In Africa, culture is so cherished that it provides a sense of identity and continuity and marks the daily lives of people in all their social, religious, and political activities. Passed down from generation to generation, cultural heritage is constantly reconstituted by communities and groups according to their environment, their interaction with nature, and their history. It is expressed through practices, representation, expression, knowledge, and how-know, as well as instrument, object, artifact, and culture space associated with them. And for traditional African societies, work of arts have magical, religious, social, political, therapeutic, and historical functions. But this Negro-African culture identity has always been influenced and enriched by external culture dynamics in a civilization harmony that give it its unique essence. And here you can see the Museum of Black Civilization in Dakar, Senegal, with its famous architecture. The expansion of Islam in West Africa began between the 10th and 12th centuries with a boom in trans-Saharan trade. The spread of Islam had a major impact on the lives of local population. The strong influence of Islam stemmed from a long story, more than 10 centuries of the spread of an Islam which will remain rooted in the most orthodox Sunni traditions. Borrowed its characteristic features from local culture, this intermingling of cultures was giving rise to some cities such as Shingeti or the city of libraries, Wadan, Tishit, and Walata, where the Sun universities and desert libraries, or university halls of religion, Sankore, mosque and Islamic libraries with Ajami or Arabic manuscripts and famous Sudanese Sahelian architecture of Black Arabic inspiration. In the recent past, West Africa also experienced European domination and colonization between the 15th and 20th centuries, which also had an impact of its civilization through culture assimilation and acculturation with the introduction of Christianity and Western values. A culture war, a multi-cultural heritage subject to religious intolerance, Salafism versus Sufi Islam, Salafism versus Christianism, and Salafism versus traditional African religions. It is a tolerant Sunni Islam of Sufi inspiration that is traditional in most of the Sahel countries, for example, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, Chad, Mauritania, Senegal, and Northeast Cameroon, with a model of religious tolerance and living together. Virtually non-existent 20 years ago, Salafist groups now occupy whole areas of the Sahel. They're extending their areas of influence as far as the Gulf of Guinea and are keeping the military forces that are supposed to neutralize them at bay. As a result, since 2012, the whole of the Sahel, 3 million square kilometers has seen a struggle for influence by foreign political religious powers with group affiliate to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State, represented by the reformism of a more radical, rigorous traditional Islam inspired by Wahhabism, which claim a return to the original Islam based on the Quran and the Sunnah, Salafism. This new religion doctrine, either unknown in West Africa, is based on the strategy of implementation, focusing particularly on armed violence and terrorism, taking advantage of the weakness of the Sahelian states in the midst of a political and security crisis following the breakup of the Libyan states. The religion fundamentalism based on rigorous Islam that deny any other form of culture practice contrary to the dogma and doctrines promoted by these Salafist groups, call into question the characteristic, dynamics, and culture practice based on the religion, doctrine, and local communities associated with idolatry. These armed movements are giving a veritable cultural war by banning and destroying all heritage linking to Sunni Islam, Christianism, and traditional West African religions. Mausoleums, monuments, places of worship, sanctuaries, and sacred art objects, museums, libraries, and manuscripts, destroying them in testament to a ritual crime. By frustration, in the name of rigorous Islam and for geopolitical and ideological reasons, in Timbuktu in January 2013, fighters from Ansar Din, a Salafist jihadist armed group affiliated to Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, burned and ransacked manuscripts. This archive documents optional universal values, some of which date back to the 14th centuries, constitute a rare documentary collection that bears witness to the story of Africa and humanity as a whole. They also destroyed and discredited several museums of Sufi scholars which they equated with idolatry. Ansar's police chief, Ahmad al-Mahdi, has been particularly prominent in this endeavor to destroy the cultural fundamentals of Sufi Islam. I would remind these manuscripts represent the syncretism of the African civilization. These manuscripts, African people have borrowed Arabic alphabet to record their knowledge. Because you can know, in Africa we have not writing. And people, black people, African black people have borrowed Arabic alphabetic to write their knowledge and their know-how. Another example of destructive flight from heritage is the cultural landscape of Sukur, northeast Nigeria, with its intricate field and the sacred symbols, the traditional forge from the 16th centuries, ubiquitous vestige of African once flourished iron industry, and its village that remained unchanged for centuries with his Hindi palace. The king in this spiritual role presided over ancestral cults as well as religious festival, therefore reflecting the society that created in centuries ago in spiritual and material culture. In December 2014, the World Heritage Site was partially destroyed by Boko Haram jihadists. Also, the destruction did not cause irreparable damage to the cultural landscape. It did cause trauma and impacted the intouchable cultural heritage by affecting the traditional festival, ceremonies, and periodical rituals of the local communities. Identity-based withdrawal and inter-community violence, culture territories at risk. The invasion of the Sudan silent street by jihadist group has led to a cycle of violence and insecurity. A large part of the territory is beyond the control of the state authorities, with the emergence of embryonic self-administration and the application of Sharia, Islamic law. The security crisis has led to an identified by the moves withdrawal with communities' antagonism, accentuate inter-community violence. This is one of the endogenous factors contributing to the destabilization of tangible cultural heritage and the erosion of intangible cultural heritage. This subversion has its roots and origin in tension linked to demographic growth and control of natural resources, resulting in conflict between sedentary farmers and nomadic herders. This territorial tension and conflicts also have their origin in the devastating effects of climate change on the one hand, the move or withdrawal of population towards the south of the Sahel following jihadist attack on the other. Feeling of discrimination and abandonment, the failure of economic policies, the social political crisis with the central power being strongly contested by the peripheral elements of society or by the question of traditional authority, the rejection of Western values and secularism, separatism leading to rebellion, ancestral ethnic crisis. All these latent intercommunity crises are fertile ground for the jihadist project, which find a favorable echo among the local population and strengthens the new networks trafficking in cultural property. This deleterious situation destroys the social equilibrium so essential to cultural development. Traditional or religious heritage is ransacked, desecrated, and destroyed, causing trauma and impact, and this causing dysfunction to the entire social system. This poses threat and obstacle to social, religious, and cultural practice, given that in Africa communities have a very close relationship with their environment, their authorities in space, of culture expression expressed through sacred ritual, giving rise to cultural refugees. In addition to the tangible cultural heritage that has been ranked or destroyed, the greatest danger for local communities in the Sahel is a chaotic description of the intangible cultural heritage. Far from being a mere object of art or folklore, African culture property reflects the identity, values, and mystical belief of a community. Advent of a new phenomenon, the civil looting, perception of cultural heritage as a symbol of foreign domination, a denial of this system. The weakness of estates leads to a situation of endemic political crisis and systemic bad governance, which have their roots in the birth of constitution of these young states, most of which became independent around the 16th, calling into question their legitimacy and affecting social and national cohesion. This creates the seed of recurrent instability and conflict impacting on democracy and civil peace. In Africa, most modern institutions of memory such as archives, libraries, museums, sites and monuments are administered by the state, and most are inherited from recent colonization. Their architecture and their cultural assets, their contents are in many ways remnants of colonization. As a result, heritage perceived as a symbol of the public administration of colonial past. It's particularly vulnerable to deliberate acting by demonstration in the form of looting, ransom, and arson. The recurrence of this scourge is beginning to establish itself dangerous as a traditional around electoral yokes and other social demands. This predatory practice concerns works of art, historic sites and monuments, documents from archives or libraries, museums, archaeological digs, etc. What are these causes? The writing document is the main target because it is the symbol of the power of the contested state authority of foreign and cultural domination for oral society par excellence, destroying it therefore amounts to a denial of the system. The economic interest in the illicit trafficking of cultural property, the use of premises for military purposes during period of civil war, as was the case in Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire, etc. Cultural heritage is a conflict issues and destroying it is testimony to the symbol model of historical memory. Without the defect will not be total for certain actors in the conflict. This relentlessness can sometimes be a sign of ignorance. The loss of these memories of people and tradition leads to collective amnesia. These pictures, here is our library in Dakar, University Library. This library has been attacked by demonstration in last June during political demonstration. Prevention and resilience strategy planning for the day after. In the face of this recurring situation of chaos in West Africa, which threatens the system of cultural heritage, it is advisable to draw a number of life-saving lessons from the experiences observed and the particularities of Africa. Local communities. Local communities, as guardian of the temple, the X factor in sustainable conservation is the first line of defense. Yesterday, Captain Lebert said this experience of French troops in Mali during a mission. French troops lost their way on the sacred sites. As a consequence, the local communities throw stone to French troops. It's important to associate local communities in these strategies. The first level of intervention is to be found in the immediate community, which is guaranteed of legitimacy of popular support. They need to be involved in sustainable conservation strategy. In Africa, in practice, the first aid to heritage in the event of a disaster, whether man-made or natural, is generally provided by local communities. Memories institutions, which are veritable social institutions, are the pivots of collective life, with a long, strong social vocation and a strong spiritual basis. They act as a third place. Third place is a theory of sociology, an American. Third place is tourism by an American because memories of institution of memories will be the third place because the first place is the sphere of home, the second workplace, and the third place is to museum, libraries, on archives, and other memories of institution. Therefore, need to be occupied to maintain cultural heritage building, reduce risk, and manage disaster situation. Here you can see maintenance work plastering the Great Mosque of Djenné in Mali. By way of the illustration, the annual plastering of the Great Mosque of Djenné, the site of the ancient seats of Djenné script on the World Heritage list in 1988. In Mali, it is a symbol of the community's social cohesion. During the plastering, the people of Djenné, using collaborative practice, work together to repair and rebuild the Great Mosque. It is a piece of the life in the town who has been inhabited since 215, making it of the oldest town in sub-Saharan Africa. It is the largest mud brick structure in the world and the finest example of Sudano-Sahelian architecture. Original style characterized by adapted rendering and wooden scaffolding. Plastering is not only an act of maintenance, it's also a festival, a carnival of song and dance known as la Nuit de Veille, that celebrates the community, faith, and heritage of Djenné. The whole community takes part in the effort, with each group playing a different role. Among other examples, during the destruction of the Timbuktu manuscript in January 2013 by jihadists, local communities from the start of the jihadist regime in the north had already been able to save more than 300,000 manuscripts from subversive Syria-based security disruption, transferring them to Bamako. Bamako is the capital of Mali. In Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire, during the political military crisis, local people were able to save the archives of the University of Bouaké by burning them to shield them from the destructive fury of the belligerents. At Cheikh Anta University in Dakar, Senegal, the large library in French-speaking Black Africa with a collection of over 500,000 monographs and over 10,000 users every day, protected by student communities during periods of rioting and demonstration punctuated by looting and ransackings of public institutions of heritage sites. The need to strengthen the institutional capacity of memory institutions. Also, cultural establishments in West Africa are increasing, acting as third place. Third place a concept developed in the early 18th by Red Odenburg, Professor Emeritus of Urban Sociology at the University of Pensacola in Florida, is distinct from the first place, the sphere of the home, in the second place, the domain of the workplace. It is understood as complementary and dedicated to the social life of the community and refer to spaces where individuals can meet, get together, and exchange ideas informally. Also, cultural establishments in West Africa are increasing, acting as third place. They are generally faced with weaknesses linked to institutional governance, a shortage of financial and human resources, and a lack of management mechanism and the implementation of disaster and emergency management plan. These historical shortcomings have repercussions on ongoing protection against environmental damage and infrastructure, adapting to technology change, and the proactiveness of anticipatory measures of self-guiding actions. Okay, I finish. Okay. This conclusion. Donc, other strategies, you have to adopt the various UNESCO Convention, level for protecting cultural heritage, a legal framework to be improved, an instrument of resilience, okay, and in conclusion, notwithstanding preventive and proactive strategies, given the context of conflict in West Africa, the first response is a political one. To work towards good, inclusive governance and equity, to reduce the inequality and discrimination that are sources of internal conflict. In practice, all these conflicts are linked to assertion of community or religion identity or to challenge to discriminatory public policies. And the cultural heritage is paying a heavy price. The stability of traditional African society was guaranteed by institutional practice and rituals that maintain a certain social stability and ensure the peaceful resolution of conflict. This is a primary source of resilience. Traditional African societies have traditional mechanisms of a political, social, religious, magical religious nature for the prevention, conciliation, reconciliation, mediation, and resolution of conflicts, whether intra or inter-communities, land-related, religious, or political. This traditional instrument can serve as an ineffective complement to international conflict management methods. Safeguarding this heritage of universal values has become a geopolitical challenge that also falls to the international communities. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for the presentation in PDF, because this is an article and I have not the occasion to converse in slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hamadi, for a perspective that we here in Europe definitely need to consider more often in our conversations and also in our media coverage, for example. And I also saw the name of Colonel Bagayoko, who did a great contribution on the military perspective in CPP in Mali, as I recognize the name. So I now have the pleasure to actually invite an additional speaker to share her perspective. Silvia Kirille is amongst our military participants from Moldova. She got inspired during the conference to share a small contribution with us, and therefore, Silvia, you will introduce yourself a little bit, and the floor is yours.
Hello everybody. And I want to say thank you that I was invited here, and I have the pleasure to listen to everybody's presentations. In fact, my name is Silvia, and I'm working in the Military Museum from the Agency of Science and Military Memory from Chișinău, the Republic of Moldova. I'm a historian, in fact, and an artist, so I'm a civilian. And I want to speak a little bit about the history of my country and about the patrimony, the tangible and intangible patrimony. I will start with the thought which I had when I woke up this morning. So I opened the news and I read the first news that last night Kiev was bombed. And I should say that in the Republic of Moldova, we check this news every morning. Well, mankind created, destroyed, and created again. On this path of its evolution, humans wrote rules, signed conventions, documents designed for preservation and protection of cultural goods. Are these rules respected? Some appreciate heritage importance, others have different values. Humanity builds beauty, and also it shatters it. It seems that learning the lessons of history is complicated. The word patrimony comes from the Latin patrimonium, which means paternal inheritance, and by extension, family's goods. Heritage, therefore, means a legacy left by the generations that preceded us, and which we have the duty to pass on intact to future generations, at the same time representing the heritage of tomorrow. The tangible and intangible heritage of a state is the fundamental component of its culture, or the culture has a strong impact on the formation of identity, personality, and human dignity. At the same time, it builds the character, nature, and values of a society. This is why cultural heritage must be preserved and protected both in times of peace and in times of war. The most active international institutions that make permanent efforts to save the cultural goods of each nation, UNESCO, Interpol, Council of Europe, and many others, all of them act in accordance with numerous conventions, protocols, and agreements signed during the 20th and the 21st century. The Republic of Moldova is a part of a geographical area that has been provoked severely by history. Its cultural and identity values were aggressively mutilated and reshaped starting in 1812, when the Russian Empire annexed the space between Prut River and the Dniester, turning it into a simple Russian province. If you pay attention, I chose this form of a house, but the house doesn't stand up in a normal shape, because the Russian Empire turned up all our values, both material and spiritual. The peak of denationalization and Russification was reached during the Soviet Stalinist regime, installed in Bessarabia in 1940 and reinstalled in 1944, which continued until the collapse of the Soviet Union. While in the civilized world, clear rigors were being established to protect the cultural heritage of the nations, in the country of my grandparents, a totalitarian regime was brutally established, and it destroyed the last buildings left standing after the war, living human treasures were being executed and deported to Siberia. I chose just some, very few images, which show the transformation during the time. But there are hundreds of similar buildings and monuments. Any manifestation of personal and national identity was erased. Churches and monasteries were bombed or were transformed into grain warehouses, discos, gyms, restaurants, psychiatric or infectious disease hospitals. Monuments of our rulers and personalities, they all were destroyed and replaced with false heroes. Names of the streets and towns, our personal names and surnames, were Russified. Traditions and customs were forbidden. Books were burned. Those who live in the space between Prut River and the Dniester know very well what the Soviet boot means. It crushes and destroys everything that is sacred to a nation. Language, history, faith, tradition, people, all are leveled to the ground, and in their place a foreign and cold garment is imposed, totally incompatible with you, because you have to become a new human being, the Soviet human being, Homo Sovieticus, which is anchored only to the truth and the ideology of Stalin. Therefore, the destruction or degradation of the cultural heritage means the disappearance of memory and cultural identity of the citizens, consequently the inability to transmit this heritage to the next generations. The road to recovery is quite difficult, but it is not impossible. During the 33 years of independence, the Republic of Moldova followed a process of returning, first of all, to its authentic essence, which is Romanian and European. Thanks to the efforts made by the generation of my parents in the years 1989, 1991, and also during the entire Soviet period, through their anti-Soviet resistance, my generation had the chance to learn the Romanian language, to speak freely, without fear, to use the Latin script, to know the historical truth, to freely celebrate Christmas or Easter, to sing the folklore, to go to studies, to travel and to get to know other cultures, to build and restore some vestiges that revive the collective historical memory, which is very important. The Republic of Moldova adopted a national legislation regarding culture as a whole and the cultural patrimony. It is improving and connecting, especially in the recent years, more and more boldly to the European international norms. Yes. In 1992, the Republic of Moldova became a full member of UNESCO, and in 1995, a member of the Council of Europe. During that time, Republic of Moldova also acceded to different European international conventions. I just enlisted some of them on the screen. Although the Republic of Moldova is a young, independent state, the history of this space is much older, and it is part of the history of Romania and of European space. So we share the common elements of cultural patrimony, same language, and of course the same identity, I mean with Romania. Specialists from Romania and Republic of Moldova managed to include 4 elements of cultural patrimony of UNESCO, representative list of intangible cultural heritage during the years. And I just enumerated them. Men's group Colindat. Colindat means Christmas carols, but it is sang in men's group. The second element is traditional wall carpet craftsmanship in Romania and the Republic of Moldova. Then the cultural practices associated to the 1st of March, Mărțișorul, maybe you heard about it. It is like a small amulet, red and white. We wear it when the spring begins. And the art of the traditional blues with embroidery on the shoulder, an element which is called altiță, an element of cultural identity in Romania and the Republic of Moldova. At the same time, 2 sites from the Republic of Moldova are included in the UNESCO indicative or waiting list. It is the cultural site Orheiul Vechi Archaeological Landscape Reserve and the natural heritage site, the typical Chernozem soils from Bălți steppe. Starting with the year 2000, the International Council on Museums and Sites, together with the experts from the Eastern European countries, Moldova too, has published a red list of Southeastern European cultural objects at risk. And this contains the main categories of cultural goods which are the most at risk of being stolen, looted, or illegally traded. There are different categories, like writing and maps, like natural history and sculpture, fine arts, and so on. So the list helps individuals, organizations, and authorities such as police or customs officials to identify objects at risk and prevent them from being illegally sold or exported. As a result of this good collaboration between ICOM and the Republic of Moldova, some valuable cultural goods from the National Library, National Museum of History from Moldova, and the National Museum of Ethnography and Natural History are included in this list. Some of them I show here. At the same time, Moldova is located on a very edge of the European Union, and its geographical location is very attractive to the internationally organized crime groups wishing to smuggle illicit produce between Europe and Asia, so that in 1994 the Republic of Moldova became a member of Interpol, with which it cooperates through the National Central Bureau, including the field of cultural heritage protection too. I think you know much better, many more details about these things. As a conclusion, or there are many more things to be said, but I don't want to be so long. As a conclusion, I would like to say that just as a child needs to know his parents in order to walk safely and strongly through life, in the same way a human being needs to know his roots, his origins, in order to walk through history and to build history with dignity. Therefore, preserving, protecting, and enriching cultural heritage is a fundamental duty of every generation. With this thought, I finish. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Sylvia, for the additional perspective in our first session. We started 10 minutes later, so we will have 10 minutes now for a short round of Q&A. So I would ask all three speakers once more to join me here on stage, and we will have a microphone for questions of the audience. Yeah, come. So we have heard three different perspectives. We have heard additional information to the last days of our conference. Are there any questions from the audience? Now is the chance to take. Yes, Ambassador, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Spoor. Actually, I would like to thank you first of all for the great moderation and our panelists for interesting interventions. Well, just with a very short disclaimer with your moderation presentation, in fact, I would really recall again that reference to the geographical names of the countries, the sovereign countries and independent countries is really key, and we should be always referring to the UN database on geographic names. UNESCO is very well aware of this position, and UNESCO representative is also here, and I really appreciate that you brought also the geographical part of my country, and especially in the context of the invasion. And as I've said yesterday also, that the invasion and the occupation, actually violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the member states is always one of the key elements of the destruction of the cultural properties. Actually, the major reason of the destruction of the cultural property of the sovereign states because of the presence of the foreign troops on the territory of independent and sovereign countries. And I believe everyone in the room is agree with me. And with regard to the representative of the Interpol, thank you so much for this presentation. And my question maybe would be a bit repetitive of what you have said already, but maybe a little bit elaboration on have you had cases with regard of the illicit trafficking of the goods during the conflicts, especially, suffering from the presence of foreign occupation, and after that, the claims filed by the occupied countries or by the countries that have suffered a big deal of the loss of the cultural property, and how did you deal? I know that this is a long process of explaining that, but I would really appreciate, I mean, does it follow the same procedure, or is there a different procedure, or is it usually claimed first of all by the Interpol officers of the member states, and then it comes to you as a headquarters? And also with regard to the representative of the Senegal, Azerbaijan is a staunch ally of Africa, and we have been supporting African countries on different conventions, on 54 and the 72 conventions. We're supporting the Africa World Heritage Fund. This is a very key and brotherly continent to us. And would you also please tell us, guide us, what could we do more to support you, especially on the capacity building issues, where we should focus more, and etc. And of course, I share the sentiments of the representative of Moldova. Yes, indeed, geographical names are important because we all suffered the same thing: the legacy of the Soviet occupation, the Stalinist regime. All what we have been dealing, including the wording that you have mentioned, are all the legacies of the Stalinist regime, mainly and the Soviet occupation. So we share these sentiments. Thank you.
Yes. At the beginning, thank you for the question. I would like to say that before to answer, I would like to explain the Interpol's positions. Following our Article 3 of the Constitution, we are international organization. So it means that we take neutral position in condition between the countries. For us, investigations are investigations. And as I told you, following the items inserted in the database, the country is the owner. It means that we follow the request by the countries. If the countries insert items as stolen, it doesn't depend how, when, and who. We support the investigation activities of the countries. A practical example on how Interpol take part in joint call, we had the last month a joint call with UNESCO for Sudan situation, for what's happening in Sudan, illegal burglary of items stolen from the most important museums from Sudan. So we follow investigation. For our point of view, we speak about investigation cases. We support the countries. We involve the countries if sometimes they don't want to be involved in investigation activities. But our international position and our international job as Interpol headquarters is support, following the investigation, support the investigation that started from the countries. I hope to answer.
Thank you very much. The question is very important because about capacity building, Africa is very important in Africa because there's a lack of professionalism, of training personnel at the local level to help protect and recover cultural property in the events of natural disaster or in armed conflicts. And through the Blue Shield, my African colleagues from Mali, Niger, Cameroon, Mozambique, and Senegal, with the support of German Blue Shield, we issue a brochure entitled Protecting Culture in Africa, Protecting Culture in Crisis in Africa. In this brochure, we present our current challenges to protect the cultural properties. And the first level for capacity building is local communities. In Africa, local communities are very, very important because they are in the first front line to help, to protect. And in Africa, um, cultural properties are also a role, religious and spiritual role. It's very important in Africa. It's only an object of museum or libraries. It's also play a religious and spiritual role for societies. It's very important to protect and strengthen the capacity buildings.
Well, thank you for sharing the same feeling with us. It is good. And I always had the sensation that in Western Europe, well, things are known, but not so deeply what really happened, what the scale of the tragedy was in the space, in Soviet space, especially in Moldova, in Soviet Socialist Moldova, because it was hidden for a long period of time. And working in the museum, I meet some survivors of deportation, for example, for starvation, which happened in 1946-47. And they ask me, please tell everybody what was happened to us, because they feel that people don't know enough. I assure them that we say this, we transmit their message. They don't want revenge, of course, but they want us to know the truth, to not repeat. And I also want this lesson of history to be learned and to not be repeated. And I just feel sad because too many generations are sacrificed. Generation of my grandparents who lived most of the terror, then the generation of my parents who had the hope for a better life. And we are still, now it is my generation, who are still fighting to escape of the consequences of this sick regime. The Soviet Union collapsed, but the consequences are still felt every day mostly. And that anti-Soviet resistance, which existed starting with the first days of 1940 till 1991, till we gained the independence, it still continues today in different forms, but we resist. And I was reading that in the years 1940, 1950, those men who were resisting in the forests, they were hoping that very soon European powers, USA, will come here and will help. They just died with this thought. And I want that my generation to be heard by everybody. And we want to say that we are together with the civilized part of the world, even if on the TV, on the news, maybe you see things differently. I live there day by day, and I can say, yes, it is difficult. There are two or different opinions, different positions of people, but per general, we can't continue the past. We must finish with it totally, because we want to not be sacrificed anymore. This is what I want. This is what I wanted to speak here. I don't know if I'm clear.
Thank you. That already sounded like a nice conclusion word for this session. I would still take the opportunity to, if there is one more question before coffee break. Yes, Ms. Sidorenko.
Thank you. I would like just to back to the topics of this conference, and I have very concrete comments and questions. Also, we heard about this very rich heritage in the Sahel region and also in the Eastern Europe. What is the concrete measures you after this conference you will take to go further with the ratification of the second protocol. We know, all of us, that is very important instrument, and it is not yet universally ratified. So what is your vision for the future, and how this instrument you will promote in your country? Thank you.
Good question. Because the second protocols of the Hague provides penal sanctions, provide enhanced protection. We need this in Africa. The example of Timbuktu, with the destruction of Timbuktu, without the second protocols, Ahmed Al-Fahad will be not in the Hague for the Tribunal of the Hague. And he sent sentences for this, for the destruction of this heritage, of this properties. And the example, my country, Senegal, has not yet ratified the second protocols. Yes. And because also going for Moldova in this presentation, it is going in Moldova. All the second protocol is very, very important. This protocols, the second protocol provides enhanced protection. We have one side World Heritage in Mali, for example, in Gao, the tomb of Asia is inscribed in the enhanced protection. And most of countries in Africa have not yet ratified the second protocols. I'm working for this in my country, but it's not yet the case. It's very important, the second protocols, to be ratified for all the countries. It's a resilience protocol. It provides penal sanctions and provides also enhanced protection in the event of armed conflicts, for example.
Thank you very much. So, coffee break, and we'll meet around 11:10 here for the final panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Anna, je dépasse les 5 minutes, hein? Excusez-moi, hein? Vous m'avez dit
would like to take you into the future, actually a future that is much more reality, because I would like to take up the topic of artificial intelligence and new technologies as future perspective in cultural property protection. And I will begin with this confession. I'm not an expert in AI, but I'm coming from the heritage community with a background in digital communications, cultural studies, as well as CPP and the role of civil society in it. And with my former position at the Austrian mission to NATO, my current position here at the National Defense Academy, and my position as Blue Shield's representative to digital cultural heritage, I have a genuine interest in the potential of AI and new technologies for the military in terms of cultural heritage protection. And I'd like to explore recent developments in that field, in particular with regards to current conflicts, in order to raise awareness within the military of innovative heritage protection solutions and to build bridges between areas that may not be as far as we might expect. To reach this goal, I will ask outstanding experts in this field to join me on stage. But before that, I will give you some food for thought and on this broad and complex subject in the Austrian context. Since 2021, Austria has a national strategy for AI, namely the Artificial Intelligence Mission Austria 2030. This strategy was supplemented by the Implementation Plan 2024, and it includes a 2-page chapter on security. The Austrian Ministry for Defense has made efforts to integrate AI into its cyber defense and hybrid threat response with projects like Hybris. This research project with the National Defense Academy as cooperation partner is intended to serve as a prototype for a national data intelligence platform which will be used to create a decision-making basis for improving the effectiveness and resilience of the Austrian security authorities. In general, we can observe the growing importance of AI in the national security with a focus on countering cyber threats and disinformation. So why should we talk about this and new technologies here at the CPP conference? Simply because AI can be used in archaeological site analysis for identifying and mapping potential sites, in damage detection and monitoring to assess damage, or in real time aiding in early warning systems for sites at risk, in combating illicit trafficking to identify and track illegally traded cultural artifacts, in digital archiving and documentation to streamline the cataloging and safeguarding of cultural assets, or in digitization and virtual reconstruction to create digital replicas of historical sites and artifacts, safeguarding their forms for research and public education. Another disclaimer of today: all this in an ideal world of AI, as it also brings challenges and threats to sensitive areas like CPP, such as bias, ethical issues, or security risks. We often heard that cultural heritage is an important information carrier for humanity, providing identity, continuity, and stability. Disinformation and manipulation of historical narratives can erode social cohesion and increase the vulnerability of the democratic structures. The destruction or misuse of cultural property is therefore a threat to social and cultural resilience and to national identity, making its protection essential in countering hybrid threats. Neither in Austria's AI strategy nor in Austria's security strategy, cultural heritage or cultural property, these terms are explicitly addressed. However, the integration of military expertise and new technologies offers significant potential for CPP, as the military's proficiency in managing complex systems and surveillance technology could be adapted to monitor, protect, and rapidly respond to threats against culture. Synergies in these sectors could enable the development of robust monitoring systems, advanced data analytics, and predictive tools enhancing the ability to safeguard cultural heritage, particularly in conflict zones where such resources are critical. In order to find answers to the question of how AI and military expertise can work together to protect cultural heritage in a safe, technologically advanced way, I'm excited to now be able to ask some questions to experts working in this very field. Please welcome Michel de Cruchy, Damien Koropetsky, and Timo Schles. Please have a seat on me on stage. Thank you very much. So before we dive into a discussion, I will introduce each panelist, followed by a direct invitation to shortly present yourself in your working area. So I will start with Dr. Michelle de Gruchy. She's the lead analyst for cultural heritage and archaeology at the United Nations Satellite Center, in short UNOSAT. Michelle first became involved in cultural property protection over 20 years ago, working in contract archaeology where she conducted fieldwork and used background research and geographic information systems to mitigate the impact of development on archaeological sites and historic properties. That was followed by CPP in conflict settings within the conflict in Syria in 2011. And now at UNOSAT, Michelle and her team use satellite imagery analysis to monitor heritage through complex emergencies and conduct damage assessments around the world. So Michelle, could you introduce your activities with UNOSAT for someone who has no training in analyzing satellite imagery? And also, could you briefly tell us your connection to AI?
Okay, does this work? Yes. So, so I'm at the United Nations Satellite Center, and I was just asked to explain what is this to people who don't use satellite imagery. So basically, what we do at UNOSAT is we work with satellite imagery. So this is pictures taken from space, like you might see in Google Earth. And we use that for a variety of purposes, actually. What's relevant for here today is cultural property protection and looking at damage to sites or monitoring sites over time. Following, for example, natural disasters, but also during conflict. So basically we look at this imagery and we're skilled analysts, and we actually, our current workflow is completely manual. We look as ourselves and mark up the damage we see ourselves. So our workflow does not actually currently include AI. How much of my impulse do I get to do right now?
As you wish. You can,
Okay. Sorry, seeing how far I can get into this. So the reason why is AI isn't at a point where we can operationalize it yet. The accuracy is not sufficient, particularly when it comes to archaeological sites. So that people have been working on AI and applying it to satellite imagery and remote sensing for a very long time. And where studies report their accuracy, it varies between sort of about 70% to 90%. And in our work, we cannot have that level of error. Our partners rely on us for precision. If we say something is damaged, it should be damaged. We can't say, oh, we have a tool that says there's a 70% chance maybe it's right. And yeah, it's a challenge. It's actually been, the field has been stuck at that level of accuracy for probably 10, 15 years now. It's a real challenge. Where there's more potential or more near future potential for AI in damage assessment of cultural heritage is in built cultural heritage, so things that are in buildings like libraries, museums, that kind of thing. So if it's all right, I'll just show. It's already up. So a tool that UNOSAT's been working on developing with various partners, including Google Research, that's pretty much, it's not complete, but it's towards the end of development, is this thing called DISHA, which is AI-assisted building damage assessment tool. And it's, as you can see from the map here, that it's looking at, is it damaged, potentially damaged, or not damaged? That's the level of refinement. This is being trained on buildings. So like I said, this is why built cultural heritage is more potential, because it's easier to train AI on buildings because they generally look the same. They have walls and a ceiling, and they're more consistent, whereas archaeology, The problem is that archaeology can be very varied. It can be some crops growing a bit higher, and if you're a trained landscape archaeologist, we can see, oh, look at that field there, the crops are growing a bit higher in a pattern. That is an archaeological site there, or growing a bit lower. That can also indicate an archaeological site. Or look at that calcium carbonate pattern in the soil color there. That indicates an archaeological site. But it's so inconsistent. It's been very challenging. People continue to work on it, but it's much harder with archaeology. So this is the potential. We have not operationalized this yet in cultural heritage, but this is one area where it'll probably come into play sooner. Outside of conflict.
Maybe we'll
Yeah.
stop here and then come back with a few questions to you where you can elaborate. Thank you. And as I said, we'll get back to you in a bit. Our second speaker fits very well into what we have just heard. I would actually like to introduce Damien at this point. We have also met in September in Krems, and he is currently Director of Operations for the Curia Lab Conflict Observatory project, documenting destruction to cultural heritage and potential war crimes in Ukraine. Damien previously worked as a senior analyst at the Cultural Heritage Monitoring Lab and was a visiting scholar also at the Smithsonian Institution, who are very engaged in several projects worldwide. His research on the exploitation of cultural heritage and conflict in Ukraine has been presented to members of the US Congress and the UK Parliament. And Damien's research interests include information operations and digital discourse concerning cultural heritage, the Russian destruction of Ukrainian cultural heritage, and the construction of new Russian monuments in their place. And I can remember very clear examples what you showed us, how monuments are changed within the course of months that we observe at the moment. So Damien, could you briefly summarize your broad work field and current activities with your current job, which is, if I'm correct, rather new at the Curia Lab, because before it was at the Heritage Monitoring Lab, but I can imagine there are also parallels or similarities.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you to the National Defense Academy and for all these colleagues for hosting me today. I'll note first I'm speaking personally today because I think we'll get into some very interesting topics. So the Conflict Observatory is a consortium of different researchers with different focuses, but all concerned with documenting potential war crimes and atrocities in Ukraine. Curia Lab, as a part of that, specifically focuses on cultural heritage in Ukraine and potential war crimes in that capacity. We leverage open source data and evidence, as well as other products like remote sensing, to put together a complete picture of what is happening in specific cases and what's happening on a larger scale, potentially uncovering trends. And that's where I'll speak more broadly about the state of research in Ukraine. I think traditionally the rule has been more data makes better machine learning models, for example, and unfortunately the scale of the conflict in Ukraine since 2022 has provided a lot of data and allowed for a lot of really, really interesting insights, ranging again from remote sensing products to large language models and machine learning, natural language processing that has allowed for these patterns to be uncovered across very, very large data sets that might not otherwise have been uncovered. But I think that there are some caveats that should be applied there, and I think maybe we'll get into that later in the talk, so I'll leave it there.
Very much. So I have met our third speaker, Timo Schles, at this year's UNESCO conference in The Hague, and I immediately knew that I would like to stay in touch, since you have actually managed to link the initial three areas that I have mentioned before, namely the defense with the technology sector on the subject of CPP, of cultural property protection. So Timo is one of the initiators of White Flag, a secure and neutral communications protocol to allow parties in conflict and disaster zones to share real-time information on protected entities, such as medical facilities and cultural heritage. Apart from his volunteer work for the White Flag Foundation, he is an active duty signals officer in the Royal Netherlands Air Force, specialized in interoperability and tactical data communications. And among other activities, he was deployed to UNISMA in Mali as the Chief of Staff of a Netherlands helicopter detachment providing armed escorts and medical evacuation. So I would actually like to start with you now also to go into questions that I have. And of course, you will first give us a brief introduction, but maybe you can include this aspect already because my interest is how did you manage to, let's say, sell the intersection of defense, cultural heritage, and technology within the armed forces? How did White Flag start, and how did each sector's approach contribute to a cohesive CPP strategy?
Thank you, Anna, for the invitation and also for the introduction. Well, to get into your question, and I also made a few notes the last couple of days to see where the linkage is between what we do with White Flag and cultural property protection. So I've been in the business of the usage of information in conflict most of my career, and there is always two parts to it. There's a technological part that we're discussing now, like new technologies like artificial intelligence. But in the end, it's humans that give meaning to information and do the decision making. So there's always a human part to it as well. And I guess that's where White Flag partially came from, because humans that are operating in current conflicts have to deal with many complexities. And especially in the armed forces, it's not worrying about where your own troops are and where the enemy is anymore. But everybody knows there are NGOs on the ground. There's press, there's civilians. There is no one front line. Everything can be blurred. So situational awareness has become more important than ever. But also the operational tempo is increasing. New technologies are introduced on the battlefield. And as we have heard the last couple of days, the very need for civil-military cooperation is evident. And but cooperation also means that you need to have shared situational awareness in near real time. That is where White Flag focuses on. So what's happening right now? Who is where? The presence of, and it's not only cultural property, but also other things that we do not want to harm in conflict, like hospitals or aid workers or food distribution. Are there any dangers nearby? Anything that needs to be protected? And this is not only civil-military cooperation, this is also civil-civil cooperation, because one NGO might know something that can be very important to other NGOs that might not be aware at that very time. And also the status of something. It's very important to know if civilians go to a hospital, is that hospital actually still functioning? Otherwise, it might not be worth the risk trying to get there. But the same goes, of course, for cultural property. There's a need to know if there's an attack nearby. You want to know, has it been damaged, to quickly undertake action. So lots of this sort of information is already somewhere in somebody's system. So we were thinking, is there a way to get it out and communicate it between existing systems? We don't want to duplicate information that's already there. We want to make sure that the information that's already somewhere gets to the right place at the right time, so that the right people can act upon it. And that is basically what White Flag is. It's a communications protocol to make existing systems interoperable. And there are many ways of looking at it. You can see it as some sort of dynamic no-strike list that can constantly be updated instead of only once up front. And
Got to that back maybe a little bit later, because
yeah.
it's a very current topic on this conference.
Yeah, but this is the core of White Flag. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Talking about like this cross-sectoral collaboration, Michelle, you have started in a rather classical way in archaeology, and ended up being the lead analyst in cultural heritage of UNOSAT, which is, what I have learned from you, a rather stressful job at the moment. What specific skills or knowledge from each sector do you see essential for CPP experts to develop, and how could you see like possible ways for collaborative training, or where do you see like the connecting points between the dimension that you're covering with UNOSAT and then experts that you might include in your work?
I think, yeah, it's what I've done is like a whole career, right? And I mean, obviously I've done teaching and training and stuff, but this is over multiple degrees. And of course, this is not about training new archaeologists or new cultural heritage professionals. It's training people who do other professions and have other areas of expertise. And in that regard, I think a lot of what we've heard over the last couple of days, especially yesterday, talking about cultural property protection training, pretty much covers it. It's trying to find succinct ways to teach an entire area of expertise. And so, I mean, a fantastic example is like what Dr. Laurie Rush started years ago with the playing cards to help people identify things and learn key rules. So it's coming up with tricks like that. So it's actually, yeah, an issue of how do you impart the necessary knowledge, and that's probably better covered yesterday.
So maybe we also think of the challenges or like the risks that brings technology in all of your work areas. The Curia Lab promotes data analytical tools that are flexible and responsive to the need of key stakeholders. What are the biggest challenges that you have encountered in applying AI and other advanced technologies within CPP, Damien, particularly in terms of ethical or technical limitations? And I actually know that your work includes sensitive material, so I can imagine that there are big challenges actually.
I'll pivot this a little bit because yes, this is unfortunately a sensitive conversation for us and how we're applying some of these tools, but I do encourage folks to look out for some forthcoming investigations that we have and other cooperative methodologies that might be publicized. But I'd like to point to that broader topic of civil-military cooperation. And I think I've been really excited to hear a lot of the presentations in the past couple of days. It was kind of unexpected for me that folks are taking a lot more seriously the role of cultural property in disinformation campaigns and generally how this fits into PSYOPs frameworks and things like that. And I'd like to just point to an example of a campaign that I've been researching, hopefully it'll be published soon, about a monument that was installed in Russian-occupied territory in Ukraine almost a decade ago, essentially with the message that, they were alleging that Ukraine had committed war crimes, essentially, in the early years of the conflict in Ukraine. And in the build-up to the full-scale offensive in 2022, there was a lot of Russian media messaging accusing Ukraine of committing war crimes on Ukrainian territory, and then providing photos of this monument as evidence. So this is evidence of war crimes. This is why intervention is required in Ukraine. And with the full-scale offensive, there was a huge push on social media. Messages were going out, Ukraine is doing this, Google it if you want the proof. Google this specific monument if you want proof that these things are going on. And if you did that in 2022, that's where people look for information. They would find a Wikipedia page saying that this was a real monument. And because of the way, there's studies that show that repeated exposure to the same message reinforces that original inference. So people who Googled it could see, oh, okay, maybe these war crimes are real. Maybe we do need Russian peacekeepers in this area, is the kind of messaging feedback loop that was in place. Now, in 2024, people may look to chatbots built on large language models. And this monument, actually, I did some research, qualitative for now, but depending on which chatbot you ask, depending on which statistical output you get from that model. The chatbot might tell you that the monument is used for propaganda purposes and was installed in Russian occupied territory. Or you might get an answer, depending on the model, that says that it's a beautiful site of remembrance in a park where people go to commemorate these victims. And we're going with this partly, again, that's going to impact those kind of operations that can be enhanced, accelerated, exaggerated by these uses of AI. That's obviously going to put military units who are operating in these environments in danger, and it's going to endanger these, civil military cooperation. It's going to endanger key leader engagements. Like there's all of these different elements that can be impacted like that. But I'll also say too that these same large language models who are vacuuming this data, and again, in this specific case, putting out outputs based on Russian disinformation, are publicly being operationalized by the most powerful military in the world. I mean, that's on public record that these same models are being implemented. So I think that there are a couple of different facets to that that we should be aware of.
Yeah, so we all have kind of observed how fast like the path of technology has went in the past years, especially since ChatGPT. Now we are all familiar with AI, and I feel like it's still what you mentioned now in your little talk, or in your little insight into the work, that is still then in these sensitive moments we will still need human decision making, and you also mentioned social media before as an example, and I just had to think of the Forensic Architecture Institute in London. I just wanted to raise this. You can look it up. They are also very doing great work in using all kind of material that is out there in the internet, and then to collect it and analyze it and have evidence actually to things that are happening, violations, human rights violations mainly. Team White Flag's experience in using technology to signal protection in conflict zones. You have already started a little bit before to talk about it. And you're using blockchain technology to kind of enable that. And I would be interested how advanced, what's the status quo, who is using this at the moment, and what's the goal, where to go with it, who should be able to involve this in his work area, and whom should it help also?
Yes, so there is a specific reason why we use blockchain technology. So like AI, let me say this first. So when applying new technology, you have to understand the technology, because every new technology has pros, but also has cons, and introduces new risks. And you have to be very well aware of it. And I think that Damien gave a very good example. So bias mitigation in AI is very important, but can be really hard to do. So the reason why we're using blockchain technology is it's not very good to store lots of information, but it's very good in the data integrity and the neutrality part. Because blockchain takes out the middleman, if you will. So if you want to share information between different systems, and you don't want to depend on an organization or somebody in the middle that controls that flow of information, you have to take the man in the middle out. And that is exactly where blockchain is very good at. Because we figured the reason why everybody sticks with their own systems is because they trust their own systems. If they have to outsource their information processing, you lose control over data. So that's the main reason to use blockchain, and to tap into the point before, if I may, AI. That's another reason why where there is a relation between what White Flag does and AI, because we try to share discrete information. So very precise information that's authenticated. So that may help. It's just a piece of the puzzle. It's not a solution to all your problems, but that may help to verify certain claims that are made by an AI. So if you want to do bias mitigation, AI really relies on the quality of the data you put into it. So one of the goals we have, to come to your question, is to enhance the overall situational awareness for humans, but also to ensure that there is a reliable input to verify outcomes of AI and such as well.
Back to you, Michelle. So UNOSAT's expertise in satellite imagery, and you already started to give it some images also. What role do you see in of UNOSAT in future? And I'm also inviting you to go there and finish some points that you wanted to share, not to leave it out. But yeah, I would like to hear the vision, and the vision also especially in conflict times, in conflict areas.
So the vision. So like I said before, I think that in terms of nearer future, really looking at built heritage and being able to use AI to assist with building damage of built heritage. There will still be caveats to this. Generally, buildings have 4 sides and a roof, but not always. That can present challenges. It'll require tailoring and training to specific contexts. But that's not a problem. It's something we do already with natural hazards. So, for example, so the other area of cultural property protection where I see AI coming in much sooner is actually after natural hazards rather than conflict, which is much more tricky. And so, for example, UNOSAT has had Flood AI for some years now, which is automatically detecting where water is using SAR data. And then it can be overlaid to understand damage assessment. But it can also be used to then do forecasting and tie into weather forecasts and create an early warning system, which is not, this is already existing. We've already built this kind of thing, and you're seeing an example on your screen now, but it's not yet been contextualized specifically to cultural heritage. But it's an area of cultural property protection that's not the theme of this conference, but where AI could have immediate impact. If you had 10 days warning to know that your museum is going to be flooded, that gives you time to install sandbags to move collections if you need. So with conflict, it's building damage. Otherwise, it's a different kind of cultural property protection.
Thank you very much. To maybe link it now also to the military even further, I wanted to ask you, how can, or if it already maybe it's already happening, if UNOSAT's data support can also support military decision making in identifying, monitoring, and avoiding damage. If you have, if there is already a strong connection to the military so far in your projects.
For cultural heritage, no. No, not for cultural heritage. So we're not working with the military, any military.
So I can remember yesterday, for example, Timothy Fack was mentioning GIS or map data for the military. Can it be that we have a sharing method, have a collaboration cross-sectoral? So I see some possibilities to go more in depth, let's say like that. Damien, or maybe you can.
Oh yeah,
add
I
something.
can. So this is exactly an example of where white flag may come in, right? So if some satellite detects a possible flooding, white flag can easily send out that information to other systems, because probably the system that detects it is not the system that the people on the ground are using. So then the information can be distributed and also related to any known cultural property nearby or any other thing of interest.
And from the Curia Labs perspective and the defense sector, what do you see the most promising technologies or methodologies for military use in safeguarding cultural heritage?
I definitely think that in the broader definition of cultural property protection, efforts like Michelle's are hugely important and are definitely going to be applicable when you're thinking about like large-scale natural disasters and things like that, where the military is going to be involved in response, hopefully. But speaking at a more specific level to military operations, how the military operates, I think that folks are already trying to implement AI in efforts like targeting, like predictive behavior, perhaps, things like indicators and early warnings. I think cultural property, I mean, from the start legally should be taken into account in these. So I think that there's useful points where data could be utilized in that. But I think also too, there's a real opportunity to, and looking into the future, I think there's a real opportunity to build some of this cultural heritage destruction or threats into these early warning systems when it comes to conflict specifically. So, I mean, there's like these tantalizing little quantitative studies about, you know, the links between looting and sociopolitical difficulties or outright unrest. So I think tying that into all of these other like environmental factors that people are facing in conflict areas, in potential conflict areas, I think building analyses into that from the cultural heritage perspective, things like looting incidents, whether those are growing or shrinking in certain areas. Again, having mapped archaeological sites, using AI hopefully in some of these less known areas, I think that there would be a huge benefit there for the military to take that into account.
An advice to give on building more effective partnerships? Maybe that's a question that I would like to ask all of you before we open up also to questions to the audience. So what advice could you give on building partnerships, collaborations between defense organizations, cultural heritage experts, technology developers to protect cultural property? I'm sure you have a certain network, maybe where to start or what have been quite useful to build these bridges between the sectors. If you want, you could, yeah.
So from my perspective, I think it's events like this, because it's about networks at the end of the day, like you brought up, right? It's about us knowing each other, knowing what we do, what tools do we have, what needs do we have, and how can we work together. And none of that happens without being in the same room together like we are here. So this.
So what the White Flag Foundation tries to do is not to work together in a very formal way by, I would say, pumping around money, but we try to use on concrete use cases and work together with parties that are interested in getting results together, more tangible results, instead of I would say keep on talking and planning around it. But that's hard for a new technology because it's a low-level technology that's not fully implemented everywhere. It requires within the different organizations people that can envision what the added value is. So, for example, we have done a pilot in South Sudan. That was not so much a focus on cultural property, but more on schools, actually, which also play a very important role in communities. And we did that with a tech startup in the US, for example, that's more working on the technological part, on the blockchain part, but with Save the Children as an NGO that has the field workers and the knowledge in the area. and then do a small pilot, see how it works for the individual, for the human in the end, because the technology should help the human to do early risk detection. And so gradually grow with different organizations, so they can all contribute from their specific expertise, because new technology requires expertise from different areas, especially in cross-cutting things like this.
And also public-private sector, for example, which is then...
Yes.
Because technology is often a whole other world than the governmental public sector side. So that's also something where it's useful to have a look at and talk to each other.
Yes, so very much. So we have an IT technology partner, which is Capgemini, which is a large IT company. So, but a startup and NGOs, and they all have a different culture in dealing with new technology. They have different ways of funding. So sometimes it's hard to find the common ground and move forward slowly, but the slowliness is not necessarily bad, because we have to learn a lot with new technology and then mitigate risk while we're going forward. Yes.
I just want to emphasize what she said about vision. I think that's really, really important in communicating goals. I think even when we're dealing with what are very broad ideas, when we're thinking about experimentation and like what are the benefits that we can get from some of these new technologies, I think that from the military side and from the civilian sector, people should be, they should have, obviously, they should have concrete ideas about, you know, what is the ultimate outcome, even if they're not sure of how to get there yet based on these new technologies. I think they should be very forthright in having you know, goals between the two. And even if those goals are separate, they can still have that conversation. They can have that negotiation at that point if they don't match up. But I think it's very, very important not to walk into this completely empty-handed or without any idea of where you're going, because obviously people have doctrine and they need to follow that. And I think being able to put that into pieces that can be understood by both sides and like develop that relationship that way in an informed way, I think is really, really important.
So we are not yet completely done. We have started again a little bit later. I also have an important question that I don't want to miss to ask here, but still I would now like to open up also to involve our audience for a very last chance of engagement during the conference. These are really experts here sitting in that field, and yeah, I'm happy if we have if we use the possibility to ask some questions from your side. So if we would have help with a microphone, and we can give the floor to our audience. Thanks.
Hello, thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question for Michel de Gruchy. I'm Constance Domenech. I work for the German Archaeological Institute, and we are developing a project called the Cultural Heritage Response Unit, together with the Civil Protection in Germany and several cultural heritage partners. And our goal is to intervene abroad after natural disasters to protect cultural heritage. And one of the tools we are using is remote sensing, satellite imagery to do damage assessment before we deploy on the ground. And my question was, how do you choose the areas you are monitoring or analyzing? Is it from a request from a member state? Is it on your own initiative? And also, do you share the results of the analysis, or how are the results available for a larger audience? Thank you.
Thanks for that question. So our mandate is to provide satellite imagery analysis capacity building and everything on request. So you're absolutely right. So it's on request by UN programs, organizations, agencies, and also member states. So that's how the areas are chosen. It's upon request. As for our results, it varies. If a requesting partner does not wishes, for some reason, for the results to stay private, then they stay private. But in the case of after natural hazard, so what you're talking about, we have the Humanitarian Emergency Mapping Service, And typically those results are public. You can find them at unisat.org/products. And just scroll through, there's lots and lots of results. Those are shared as PDF maps. If all you want to see is a sort of an overview map, that's what you need, it's there. And then also, if you scroll down to the bottom of the page, you'll see that you can download the PDF, but then there'll also be something like shapefile, GDB, this kind of thing, if you want to incorporate it within your own GIS system. You can write down that website later if you want.
Is there another question from our experts in the audience to the experts on the stage? Yes, Alfio.
Question for the three of you. How do we avoid to be overwhelmed by information? How do we pilot the analysis in a way that is not biased by the system that we are designing?
Need 10 more seconds before I can answer that one. I have to chew on that. I'm happy to talk to you about that after, but I think that it's a really big conundrum when you're thinking about how these models are currently built and applied. I mean, they're built with more and more information. That's how you do it, to the point where now they're talking about using artificially generated information to train artificial intelligence models and kind of build out that cycle. So the reverse of that, yeah, how do you actually filter through and get the right information? I think I work from generally in like GIS projects or other open source research that I'm doing. I like to work from big to small, so I do like to gather as much as possible and then find some kind of key feature to the data that you're looking for that is a reliable indicator to some degree and work from there. And I think that that can be done in certain implementations of this as well.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. I think it's a very relevant question because there is so much data, how to make sense of it. And it really depends on who you are or what your organization's role is. One important way is the design of systems in general. What systems do you use? How do they process information, and how do they present information to the human using it, right? So a military command and control center uses information in a different way and for a different purpose than I can imagine, for example, people that are working on crime and do investigations there, and that again is different than a field worker. But there is a cross section, and that's where we want to tie in with White Flag, for example. It's not so much about sharing as much as information as possible. It's about sharing the right information with the right people, so it helps them to make sense of the larger flow of information, because sometimes you need a little bit extra information to make sense of lots of information where you don't see the pattern. So AI might help to discover patterns, but AI is not necessarily very good in interpreting certain patterns. With White Flag, we want to add to it because there you get interpreted information from somebody else that can be very precise in saying, okay, there is an attack going on here, period. Nothing more, nothing less, very specific. That people then can act on and can be used to, with other information, to make sense what's happening. If that gives a little bit of an answer to the question.
I think we're getting here. So there is no one-size-fits-all answer to your question. Basically, it depends on what kind of AI and what it's doing. So something like a large language model, like what Damien brought up, it requires lots and lots and lots of data. So you get things like what Damien said, which is possibly the people exploring using AI-generated data to then train AI. But something that he also raised early in his impression, which is absolutely true, is the quality of data that goes in is so important to the quality of the results. So not everything is a large language model, and not everything requires that amount of data. So at UNISAT, we already have AI tools in development, and one that's Flood AI that's already in existence. And how we control that quality is we make it ourselves. We tag the data sets ourselves. All of that is in-house by expert people. So we wanted to detect water from SAR imagery. We have analysts sit there and tag that this is SAR imagery, look, that's an example of water, and here's another one, for the thousands of times that's required. But it's only required thousands of times, right? It's not required billions or trillions or quadrillions, right? Because it's a very focused tool. It's not trying to have a human conversation with every person on the planet. It's just trying to detect floodwater using SAR data. And so it doesn't require as much base information. So it is possible for us to do that in-house. And so, even with the DISHA, the damage building assessment tool that I raised, it's under development. It's not quite finished yet. Again, this is something, it's very specific. It's not trying to have a conversation with every human on the planet all at once. So it requires a different amount of data.
I just want to add to that. I do think it is really important to have your goal in mind. And I think also this idea of whether you're taking an unstructured or structured approach is really, really important. So if you just throw a bunch of things in a bucket and see what your hand pulls out, that's going to be very different from knowing what you're looking for to start with, and maybe even having test data and testing and verifying at least small data sets before you can apply that to the whole thing. So certainly, like, yeah, basic approaches to a rigorous study like that are implementable even on large amounts of data, I think.
Yes, so know the technology that you're using. I guess that's a key takeaway. So you don't use a hammer to get a screw in the wall, right? So the same is with technology. So large language models are good at certain things, but they're very bad at other things. And so there are many forms of AI, and it's very important to understand what sort of AI are you using for what purpose. But don't let that scare you. The learning process is very important. But for organizations to adopt new technology, it's also, when they're learning, it's very important to say, okay, this is not working, which is not a bad thing, because you learned a lot, but you might not use that system because it doesn't perform. You might go for another system. And sometimes organizations find that hard, because when they put money in something, the bosses want to see results, and the bosses are not often saying, oh no, it's bad results, but we learned a lot and now we're going somewhere else. But adopting technology takes a certain mindset, I guess.
Yeah, so if you want to start reading about this and learning about this, two key terms to know, the two big families of AIs. You have supervised machine learning, unsupervised machine learning. So that's a good starting point. And then once you start reading about that, then you'll start seeing that there's lots of different models like convolutional neural networks and deep learning and all this kind of stuff. And you'll start, but it's a journey. So the first distinction is unsupervised and supervised. And then the rabbit hole is deep.
It's actually a very useful final food for thought to take away, let's say it like that. And I will now change my approach to, I was telling you that there is one essential question that I would have, but I think I'd rather say it out loud and then we take it away for maybe a future panel discussion, because it will probably start something and we will not stop talking. So just because we started with the panel discussion of, is the Hague Convention outdated? What is the tool to make it like a valuable instrument to kind of protect our sites, like our heritage? And so the challenge is often in CPP the lack of updated and comprehensive lists of cultural heritage sites. We know that. And I was thinking, and also like from a technological lens and from all your perspectives, but also your perspectives, how can AI contribute to the creation and maintenance of accurate, up-to-date databases of cultural heritage in future. I think that's something where we can have a look at. There is already a lot of things are already happening, and I would like to thank all the speakers on stage for sharing their expertise in that field, and please give them a round of applause. I would like to end the panel discussion with a quote of an article that Timo has sent me during our preparation. He's amongst the authors of the article, and I will read it. AI offers an opportunity to help reduce the tragedy of war and better deliver humanitarian aid to those who need it. However, to be successful, systems must be trusted by humans and their information systems, overcoming flawed information flows in conflict and disaster zones that continue to be marked by intermittent communications, poor situation awareness, mistrust, and human errors. Thank you very much. We will have a short break of 10 minutes because there is a music band doing some preparations, and then we will see each other here for the closing ceremony. Thank you.
stellen. So. Genau. So. Sehr gut. Nein. Ja, zweimal. Der kommt jetzt. Was? Solltest mich belohnen? Ja, ich finde das sowieso. Ja, also ich bin bereit. Wo ist er jetzt? Liegst du vielleicht die Seite wohin?
Esteemed participants, you have seen me standing there up at the beginning of the conference and now at the end of the conference. And I would like to say thank you very much to all of you. You were active, participating. Thank you to all of the speakers, panelists, participants. And we also would like to say goodbye with a typical Austrian folk music. And here you have from the guard music a brass team, small team. You will give us some examples of Viennese intangible cultural property. Please start. Thank you very much. And before we have now the two final speeches, the Austrian Society for Cultural Protection a few weeks ago has given a special medal to Karl von Habsburg, but he was sick at this time. Now he recovered. So please, Karl, could you come on the stage, and you will get now the special medal for cultural protection, Schlegel medal. And can please Professor Steiner and Paul Ertl come on the floor, because Paul Ertl made a small poem. He can, it's in English, and with your special voice, then you please tell us the story behind that one.
Well, I don't want growl. So it's Defender of Legacy. Cultural heritage we must protect. A reflection of our past we must not neglect. Coexistence of peoples, ways of life, preserving history amidst turmoil and strife. When destruction strikes, despair fills the air, but brave souls rise, showing they care. Investing efforts, making a stand, protecting our heritage throughout the land. Julius Schlegel, a name we should know, an army officer protecting cultural treasures aglow. Monte Cassino's bibliothèque, artwork and more, saved from destruction, a hero to adore. Let us follow his example, take a stand, preserve our heritage, protect our land. For future generations, we must take the lead. In cultural property protection, we must succeed. Generations to come will judge our faith. Based on the choices we make, it's not too late. Together we stand, united as one, preserving our culture, our heritage, our identity one.
Paul Ertl, his poem. Mr. Steiner, he was the creator of the medal. So, this is for you. Now, Nicole Gruber. I don't have to introduce you, everybody knows you, and now we are listening to you. So everybody is for you.
Thank you. So, dear Excellencies, Generals, ladies and gentlemen, it was an honor to host this conference at the National Defense Academy and to welcome you as our guests, aiming to promote the protection of cultural property and to enhance its implementation, especially within the armed forces. But first, I would like to thank our cooperation partners for co-organizing the conference. In particular, I want to name Ms. Anna Pur, my major and indispensable supporter, as well as Ms. Anna Kaiser and Mr. Peter Harold. Thank you very much. Furthermore, I extend my sincere thanks to UNESCO, to Ms. Sidorenko and Ms. Besançon for their support and the appreciation of our conference by including the event in the UNESCO Anniversary Program. My thanks also go to the Austrian Permanent Delegation of the UNESCO, and of course, to our speakers, whose expertise made the conference valuable in first place. The 1954 Hague Convention constitutes the essential legal document to counteract the destruction of cultural property. Yet, the implementation of CPP within the armed forces and in the course of military operation and missions still leaves room for improvement. This is partly due to the fact that the tasks performed by military forces increase as armed conflicts become more and more complex. A wide range of skills and knowledge needs to be applied to the training of soldiers and within military missions. But we are on a good way. There have been huge developments in the field of cultural property protection within the last few decades and years. Today, we can see that the complexities of conflicts are constantly increasing. So a comprehensive conflict analysis is crucial in order to assess potential threats and to take appropriate measures to prevent further conflict. Within this process, cultural heritage has been recognized as a significant element in armed conflicts. Its role in military assessment is growing, whereby both the tangible and intangible heritage are taken into account. This includes collecting information about our cultural goods in the area of operation. Hereby, recently, the focus is not only placed on potential attacks, but also on possible opportunities, such as strategic communication, interaction with the population, or promoting dialogue. Cultural heritage and its material manifestation resonate in all phases of conflict, which is why in-depth analysis can indicate possible scenarios for future developments. And if cultural assets and their underlying roles are ignored, important aspects of a conflict can be missed. Today we know, and it can no longer be denied, that the protection of cultural property must not be disregarded. Our cultural goods are of great importance to societies. They are not just some material, empty objects. They are carriers of knowledge, anchors of human history, culture, and identity. Given the significance, our heritage can become a strategic target in armed conflicts. This is a strike at the heart of people and their communities. Therefore, the 1954 Hague Convention foresees consequences for the destruction of cultural property protection. This includes the prosecution by the International Criminal Court. But even below the threshold of a legal conviction, the targeting of cultural goods can have far-reaching implications. This applies in particular to armed forces. The effects may result in increased mistrust on the part of the population, protests or riots. In addition, negative reporting might raise international attention. This can jeopardize the security situation in the area of operations and thus endanger the safety of our soldiers. The Austrian Armed Forces early recognized the importance of the Convention and the significance of what respecting and protecting our cultural heritage means. Officers received training in CPP in Austria already in the 1970s. But still, since the end of 2021, CPP within the armed forces has been realigned, aiming at strengthening the implementation of the specialized area. This is due to another fact, that the initially strong commitment could not be maintained in the long term due to systemic circumstances. But how could a sustainable implementation be achieved? Over the last few years, I've worked intensively on this issue. And in relation to those aspects presented at the conference, I've recognized the following elements as being significant. First, a sustainable implementation requires an appropriate structural representation. This includes the definition of tasks in the specialist area and the representation in guidelines of the armed forces. In addition, this must be reflected in CPP personnel responsible for the further implementation and development of the issue. Hereby, the relationship between the available resources and the wide range of tasks to be covered in the armed forces poses a challenge for embedding this field. Beyond an integration in policies, strategies and missions at the national and international level is of importance. Secondly, it must be ensured that the protection of cultural property is integrated into the general training of all soldiers at all levels of command. Here, a pure focus on theoretical contents is not sufficient, as the training of soldiers should rather be understood as a training aimed at the practical application of the knowledge. The protection of cultural property must therefore be integrated into military exercises. And finally, there is a need for cooperation between different military and civilian agencies, since heritage is a broad and complex subject area. In research, it requires interdisciplinary approach to obtain a holistic picture with topics ranging from the arts, humanities, social and cultural sciences to law or natural sciences, technical aspects, or artificial intelligence. This is obvious if one considers the wide range of national and international, governmental and non-governmental bodies that deal with the topic. The various experts and institutions should seek frequent exchange. Joint projects, courses, and civil-military exercises facilitate mutual understanding and improve coordination in order to be able to react quickly in an emergency. This conference is an expression of a profound exchange and partnerships, and our experts gave the best examples of how to implement and organize joint programs and exercises. But now, what is the benefit of cultural property protection for societies and armed forces? The protection of our cultural goods preserve our heritage for future generations. It is of significance as the illicit trafficking in cultural goods fuels armed conflict. Respecting the culture of a society can hinder further escalation of conflicts and contribute to peace and reconciliation processes. And, in particular, it can prevent human suffering and even save lives. For the military, by increasing the trust in the armed forces and thus contributing to the safety of our soldiers. Accordingly, the protection of cultural goods is also force protection. In this regard, cultural property protection must be given greater consideration within armed forces, missions, and operations. In addition, a wider exchange between civilian and military organizations shall be encouraged. Cultural goods are part of our history. If they persist over a long period of time, they become cornerstones of our past. This leads me to the conclusion of my talk, referring to our speakers when noting: raise awareness, bring up the CPP topic again and again, give your commandants and leaders a headache, be persistent, be a pain in referring to the consequences of disregarding heritage, but also explain all the benefits of cultural property protection to reach our common goal, which is that culture must not become a target. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we have a little ceremony where a present is given. So please come up and explain what it is.
Sir. General, ladies and gentlemen, it's just kind for me, a way to tell you thank you to all the team organization for this magnific organization of this meeting. I'm very honored, and I would like to give you this memory plaque of our director of military history from Morocco. Here, our logo. You can see here, excuse me, General. You can see here, we have a traditional door, Morocco door, okay, of historical sites. And this door means an opening on the past. It invites us to learn the past in order to preserve our present and our future. And at the same time, we have an open book. We invite us to, it's not closed, it's open. It invites us to read more and more about different cultures. And we have the Moroccan colors of our flag, red and the green. And of course, our stars means Balkan stars. I would like to say to you, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this is a good thank you to all of the organizers for all the work you have done. This is the end of the military part. Now we come to UNESCO. So the civil part is taking over. Please, Anna, for your final remarks.
New technology will come.
Eine Sekunde.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. As we draw this international conference to a close, let me first renew our highest commendations and congratulations to Austria and all their organizing team, and especially the Federal Ministry of Defense, the National Defense Academy, and all partners, and of course to Nico Gruber and Anna Pur, for this excellent event, which has, I'm sure, significantly contributed to our shared mission. The protection of cultural property is more than a duty. It is testament to our commitment to preserving the very fabric of our shared heritage. The role of armed forces in that respect is fundamental, and we need to continuously pursue our efforts to raise awareness among military and share our good practices and expertise across the globe. As we come to the end of these 3 intense and rich days of exchanges, let me take a moment to reflect on the journey we have shared and on the learning opportunity that we offered to us. Our discussions have not only been insightful, but also have underscored the profound importance of our collective missions at many levels, impacting local to international communities. You see on the screen the 3 words which resume our discussion: culture, property protection for peace; culture, property protection for people; culture, property protection for partners and with partners. So during the 3 days, these 3 words appearing in, and cross-cutting from all presentations. So culture, property protection for peace. Culture is on the middle, on the heart of all mediation processes in peace-building negotiations. Culture heritage should be seen as a main tool in the peace building and the peace protection. The Hague Convention is a peace building tool, not only activated when the conflict starts. It should be an important main instrument in the peacetime. The preparedness measures is the most important measures which needs to be and should be implemented and included in all national policies. Then we also discuss about the role of the community. Through the discussion on the first day, the non-state actors have been mentioned, but the community, when the awareness is raised through the different processes, and when the community contribute and participate in the cultural property protection, they could prevent the conflict, and they could play an active role in the conflict prevention and also in the recovery process. But also partners, the 3rd P, the partners are important. All our participants
creates this network which we looking for to enhance also the contribution from partners, but also the sharing best practices, the expertise. Your involvement is very, very important. Let's continue this collaboration, and I would like just to reiterate once again the 3 new initiatives which will be enhanced our collaboration. So the first one is the creation of the first UNESCO Alliance for Civil-Military Collaboration, the future creation of the expert group on new technology, which will be in charge to develop the principles for use of the artificial intelligence for cultural property protection, but also important initiative which will bring together the judiciary personnel to develop the specific focused training program for general prosecutor officers and for including the all expertise from legal perspective. During this conference, we have, of course, heard a number of excellent preparedness measures, notably in the implementation of Article 7 of the Hague Convention, concerning the development of military capacity to respect and safeguard cultural property. We have also witnessed the diversity and levels of trainings that each country has adopted to that effect. The development of the unit simultaneously with the establishment of national advisory committees, as recommended by Resolution 2 of the Hague Convention, will enable all state parties to effectively build a strong and reactive civil-military cooperation for the protection of their heritage. Other preparedness measures were mentioned and are adaptable to the situation of every country. In that respect, we can only commend our host country, Austria, in the measures they have already adopted, and notably with the list of 136 sites to be particularly protected under the Hague Convention, registered with precise geospatial coordinates and the marking of sites with the distinctive emblem of the Convention, the blue shield emblem. In that respect, I would like to invite and encourage Austria to progressively submit these sites for their possible inscription on the UNESCO International List of Cultural Property under enhanced protection. Throughout this conference, we have delved in the complexities and nuances of cultural property protection. We have explored the intersection of law, technology, and human rights, recognizing that our work is multi-faced and requires a holistic approach. This conference has also emphasized the need to consider heritage in a very broad understanding, embracing the very diverse of culture. In that respect, we must understand and consider cultural property beyond the distinction made between movable and immovable, tangible and intangible cultural property, but understand that heritage as a comprehensive whole. In that respect, I renew my call to support projects within the framework of the UNESCO program Heritage for Peace, which is specifically designed for cultural property protection in times of peace, emergency and recovery, and in synergy between all UNESCO conventions in the field of culture. As we leave this conference, let us carry with us the knowledge that our efforts are not in vain. The stories shared during these past days exemplify that much can be done in a short time and with little resources, where and when there is a sufficient will, and that the interest is slowly growing with decision makers. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all participants, speakers, and organizers who have made this conference a resounding success. Thank you very much for all your contribution and very valuable support in the implementation of the Hague Convention. Thank you very much.
Now we are having the final voice, the music, saying goodbye for us. Again, typical Viennese Austrian folk music. A final one, a da capo? Yeah, good. Thank you very much. Now an additional present will be offered, I have learned. So please, Nicole, come on the stage again, together with Anna Buhr, if you like. Then you're both ladies on, then it makes it much better for me.
It's amazing, fruitful, and productive conference. I'd like to express my gratitude for this opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So,
There's another person.
another one.
This is Jordanian Armed Force logo.
You want to say some words on that?
Yeah, I want to thank you everyone and thank you the Australian guys for this conference. So it's my honor to see all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, but we have to.
Another photograph? So,
Because there was no before.
okay, so. Go with the ladies. Better. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yesterday in the evening, you have learned what it means to go to a Harrigen, a typical Viennese tradition. Harrigen means music, snacks, and drinks. Let's start with the music and snacks and drinks afterwards. Have a safe trip home. I wish you all the best and hope to see you soon again in Vienna. So thank you very much. This is the closing of the conference. And I request now the representatives of the sponsors, also Karl from Habsburg, Anna Shikolenko, Anna Kasa, myself, you. Did I miss somebody? No? Please come on the floor. We need some pictures of you for tax purpose and all your stuff if you need it. Thank you very much. I wish you a safe trip home and hope to see you soon again. Thank you.